Get this link out to the Discord. Portion of the comic page. Oh. Okay. Alright. There we go. That's out. Okay, think I got everything going here. So I'm going to get to work. Alright, let us lower the opacity on this, put the background in, and then zoom in to 100, and we can start working on the the blacks of the comic page. Page 57 of Heroes and Legends, the 14th comic in the Dreamscape series. I doubt many have seen the original comics, which is probably a good thing given the art is complete garbage back then compared to what it is now. But that'll all be corrected once I get to remaking the older comics after this comic is done. Yeah, I just got up, moved storage stuff into the apartment unit thing, and I've just been moseying along since I got up this morning. I'm yawning. Do not know why I am so yawny right now. I seemed to be pretty awake before I started the stream up, but it's probably just me wearing myself out in the state that my body's in and stuff. It's as long as I can get this worked on, that is what matters. How is everyone doing today? All of you 0 people that are in chat here. I am doing a-okay at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot more action on this page than on previous pages that I have streamed. Not at all the most action-packed of the pages I've done, but of what I've streamed so far, this is the most action. There will be quite a bit of action in this final match. You gotta make the last event an impactful one. Ba. They got a little Goku thing staring at me here. In some of the storage, I found an old, I guess, not really a newspaper, but it's like this, this paper magazine that's like a square instead of a rectangle. It's just like, it is the Comics Buyer's Guide from 1998. And it's just talking about all the stuff for all the comic fans back then. I don't know why I'm yawning. I guess it's good I'm not trying to play a video game or anything on stream right now. Would make for a very, very contrasting with the events going on commentary. You were trying to do it while yawning. Considering most titles tend to be pretty action-packed. Certainly most of the titles that I have available here for streaming. Come on, Edward. Wake up. You got work to do. Work. That is your life. That is your reason to exist, is to create. You cannot take a break. You need to get this done. Otherwise, it's never going to get done. I do have the birthday animation for that friend I need to get to. I imagine after I'm done with this, I'll probably move on to that. It shouldn't be a terribly complex animation. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I never know how I'm going to feel these days. Just some days it's full of enough energy to keep going, and other days it's I do not want to do anything because my body is not wanting to work, so I want to lay down. But I can't. I gotta work. We gotta have Doko and his adventures being made. Doko Rapilzo, he is the hero. He likes the sushi and the onigiri. Having a ball with Japanese comics, Viz Comics, inside. Spider-Man contest winners, amazing April for new comics. Simpler times back then. Back when the news was spread around by paper rather than electronics. You did have certain websites that were like fan sites that kept more hardcore audiences up to date, but if you wanted to reach more the general populace of a fandom, it would usually be through the picking it up on the racks at the store route, as opposed to surfing the web for it. Yeah, I was showing the person, one of the people that manages things downstairs today, the Invader Zim animation, but my phone device cannot play it loud enough. So they just decided they were going to see it on YouTube later instead. I show the people down there sometimes the things I work on. Bah. The pit. Let's see here. Got that. Got this here. Okay. I got popcorn here. It's a good time. What I was doing earlier, I realized with my streaming program that I use, it can record like the screen of the computer. So I was thinking I probably have a way now to record like things that are on all the old DVDs I have, which would be handy in like collecting up and archiving the special features of DVDs. Things that are not normally like shown on TV or anything. I was wanting to do that for the Astro Boy DVDs, the 2003 ones I have, because they have this making of feature on them, but I can't find those DVDs right now. So what I'm planning to do is I'm going to try to test it out later using Little Nemo, the movie. I got a DVD of that for my birthday one year from, forget if it was Mom or Dad, but one of them got me it. And yeah, that's going to be the thing I test run the archival of DVD footage with. Perhaps a new thing to a new way of collecting things to save. Was looking for a new hard drive, like an external one, to like collect up things on, like make a dedicated to YouTube type videos hard drive. That's my plan for it. But it's just, the prices are so expensive now compared to like what they were. I don't know if I just got good deals at the time, but the prices are like $20 to $30 more usually now than what they were before. It's kind of odd to me because I'm used to like technology prices going down over the years. But I'm sure I'll get a storage space before I run out of the storage space I have. I still have quite a bit left to go on what I do have already. But I always want to be prepared. Oh, I found out recently that the Joker in Batman Brave and the Bold was voiced, I think, by Jeff Bennett or Johnny Bravo. which I had never known that. I just knew it wasn't Mark Hamill that voiced him in that show, which is, listening to it and the song that he sings at one point, it's very clear, like I can picture Johnny Bravo singing that song. It's, there's a lot of people that did not care for the brave and bold Joker, but I quite loved it, because it was like doing an animated version of the more classic feeling Dick Sprang-y type Joker. Like the, I guess Silver Age would be what that'd qualify as. That he was the artist that would always do the Joker with like a permanent smile on his face and stuff. It was always a funner version of Batman, instead of the grim dark type of modern, and I guess Bob Kane Batman, but I don't really count Bob Kane Bill Finger as like super dark, just more serious than what came after it. Although he did use guns back then, so that is a bit of material that goes beyond even modern Batman, usually. You know, when Batman started, it was back in the times where the good guy would just shoot you to stop you if you were causing too much trouble. Although Batman, it's kind of a ripoff of the Shadow, sort of. So that probably lent itself to the gun thing. Just sort of taking off of the pulp heroes of comics. Obviously, Batman went on to become Batman, like the thing everybody knows, but back in the starting days, he was kinda felt like a ripoff of other things at times. Like, it was fun stuff for the kids at the time, but looking at it, and looking at other comics that came before him, it felt a bit like they were taking ideas from other heroes and stuff. Batman, 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 Batman. Uh-oh. My phone needs to be charged. I need to put that on the charger at some point. But right now, I cannot afford to reach over to it because I am working. If I were to reach that far, it would ignite the pain areas in my body. And I don't want that. Let's have that speed line drawn in here. Sort of work around the speed lines when I'm coloring in black areas that they are attached to. The black areas, the black coloring and making features, making lines that are seeable within the black is always something you have to think about while you're doing it. It's not as simple as just going, oh, well, I'll just do all these lines, because if you do that, obviously the lines just fade into the black and just become part of the object, so it's not as easy to understand that they're lines that are portraying speed when they're coming off of a black object. There's thought that goes into crafting it, but as you do it, it becomes more second nature and things that you don't question as much, because your mind will just start to be programmed to understand that, oh, well, since this is a black area, the line needs to be white right here, but then it comes off. So, I need to erase this part and allow the passage of the line. That's not something you really think about once you understand it. It's something that you just do as you do it. And another day, another comic. Yeah, I have no idea how many comics it'll be before the comic series is finally over. Or if I could even do it on my own, like the entire series within a human lifespan for everything I want to tell about it. But it's an ongoing project. You find out as you go. Got kernels of corn stuck in my teeth. Boom, boom, boom. I really wish the filling in tool would just fill in everything I want it to fill in so that I don't have to go back afterwards and fill all the white lines in by hand that it misses. That's one thing I wish I could, like, reprogram on this, but I have no idea how to do that. Okay, that one is coming in here. Yeah, I'll do it like that. I'll do it like that. That. Yeah, the way that I think of the Silver Age of comics is, I always think of it mostly as the 60s. Really, there's no, like, defined age of, like, any era of something. It's all just stuff that's made up afterwards to categorize things into more easily digestible bits of information for the future people looking into what came before. Because there's no mentality when a new era starts for comics of like, oh, well, that era's over, we gotta make them like this now. It's like, no, it's just something that bleeds into the next trend of things. And it's not something that's really noticeable while it's happening. It's something that you only notice later on, and understand that there are differences due to what has happened within the industry at those points in time. For the Silver Age of comics, I view it kind of as the fun age of comics, probably, is what I would categorize it as it's where you got all sorts of happy adventures. It's like Spider-Man finds Hulk in a cave and is tasked with bringing him back to the Avengers and stuff. But at the same time, there is like legitimate worry at times of like danger and stuff. And the Bronze Age is taking the more ridiculous elements of the Silver Age and amplifying it to just absurdity at times, which makes it a lot more, even for as jokey as the Silver Age could be, there were times where you could take it like, well, most of the time, you could still take it seriously, because there's like serious implications of danger, and there's still death at times and all that. But with the Bronze Age, it gets a bit dark sometimes, but by and large, it feels more ridiculous to me than the Silver Age. And it feels a lot less, feels more corporate and trying to do formulas to just sort of things devolving from the Silver Age. And then we get to the Dark Age, which has all the people realizing, oh, we don't need to listen to the Comics Code Authority. We've just chosen to do that, so now we'll just do whatever we want without any worry. And that opens the floodgates for all the dark material to start happening. A lot of people think of it as the death of Gwen Stacy is what many consider like the start of the, I think, Dark Era. That or no, it's the Silver Age ends with that. Yeah, because the Bronze Age did have dark material. It just did not feel as good to me as the Silver Age. Oh yeah, that's my my random thoughts on the past eras of comics. And the 90s is just kind of garbage to me for American comics. Although the 80s isn't that much better a lot of times. The indie stuff is always great, but other than that, it's pretty embarrassing compared to like what Japan was doing and stuff. Yeah. Japan's always felt like it's respected art and creation more to me. They are pretty big masters at their crafts. Certainly always seem to have a leg up on like technology and stuff. Toys, entertainment, most things actually. But at the same time, you got those horrid hours of constant work and soul-crushing labor. I think it's getting better in some areas at times these days, but that was always the trade-off there. And as with any part of the planet Earth, there are a fair share of their own problems that come with however they do things. That is human nature. Yeah, humanity is in ways very simplistic, more so than a lot of them would think, and in other ways very sophisticated, more so than a lot of them would think. Humans are nothing if not survivors. When things get too bad, there are those that do show the potential for adaptation, continuing on no matter the cost. Oh, that destroyed the world there. Yeah, there are times I've never really been all that, like, worried about the future of, like, overall everything, because, how I've always viewed it is, as long as there are people, there is hope. Any one person in the right place, the right time, the right opportunity can make all the difference that the world needs. And if you get enough people like that, there will be a substantial progressive change that will probably eventually be necessary, and I assume will probably be met. There's no reason to give up on humanity. As long as there are people, there is always the chance for hope. And I say this to a room of complete emptiness, but I'm sure somewhere out there someone will eventually see this one day and think, wow, that person said a lot of nothing while making a comic. But what matters is that I did it. This is my mark on the internet. That which will long outlast and survive me. It is my legacy. And in this world, that is what I strive to create. The stories and adventures that will continue on long after I am gone. That is always what has been important to me. And that. Talk. Well, the good news is I stopped yawning as much now. Bad news is it's looking like this page is gonna take a while. Of course, any page with Doko will take a while to color in, given his design is primarily black. Black and blue, but since it's a black and white comic page, it's black and white. Which I'm thankful for any of the white parts that I get, because it does take a while to fill in the blacks. I should not have mentioned yawning. That seems to have started those. Back up. They had a good run talking about comics and the ages of comics and the hope and potential of humanity. But it seems that the yawniness might be overtaking us again. I hate this body of mine. If I could, I would rip out the organs that are causing problems and stitch in some new ones. Ugh. Ah. Yeah, I really should not have mentioned the yawning part. It just seemed to get me all started on the downward spiral again here. Let us see about a change in music. Wish I could play more songs, but I don't know what would get me blocked or not. Tell me what you want me to be. Please wake me up. I'm tired of yawning. You're expecting of me. Put under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. I've become so tired, so much more aware. This all I want to do is be more like me. It's like you, smothering me, holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. 'Cause everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Every second I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. Become so numb, I can feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. Mean this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. And I know I may end up failing too, but I know you were just like me, with someone disappointed in you. I become so numb, I can feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. By becoming this, all I want to do, like me and be less like you. And I'm sure the only reason I can play that song is because it's a remix. Blah, blah, blah. It's a fun time, though. Everybody can get along to a good Linkin Park. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me. But under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I become so numb, I can feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. Mean this, all I want to do is be more like me, less like you. Mothering me, holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. That you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. Become so numb, I can feel you there. So tired, so much more aware. Need this, all I want to do is be more like me, less like you. I know I may end up failing too. Just like me, with someone disappointed in you. Become so numb, I can feel you there. Become so tired, I just remember I have an earthworm gym piece to work on. I need to get to that like you. I feel you there. Mystical Ninja. One of my favorite games of all time. One of the games that I wanted to live in when I was younger. It's because of things like that and Totoro that I always thought that Japan was a lot older feeling than it actually is in real life. Down. I got all these speed lines to keep track of here. And it's the most complicated it gets with speed lines is when there's a ton of them mixing into the black areas. Let us see over here. The most complicated it gets with speed lines is when there's a ton of them mixing. I was just checking the video of the stream to see where how it was sounding over there. What day is it? Oh, it's Tuesday. I completely lose track of all sense of time after a while here most weeks. Just endlessly working on stuff. That is all that it becomes to me. I didn't even know that it was Memorial Day when it was Memorial Day. I just knew that it was a day I was going out to the storage unit. If there are events that happen around here, I'll only know about it because people outside will, like, say, oh, it's, I hope you're having a good holiday, and I'll just be like, oh, I hope you are too. In my head, I'll be like, what the hell are they talking about? What day is it today? I think I've become pretty detached from the normal flow of the world with all that I work on here. Down. This looks like it might be good. There we go. Don't yawn. You got work to do. Okay, enough of this music. Getting a bit repetitive. Oh, there's a reaction to a song that I would not be surprised if that's no longer on YouTube. Let's see. Oh, that's that. Yeah, this'll do.
Screaming and hollering. Yes, and most importantly,
Passion.
Right. So now that you know the elements of a good cheer,
Let's hear one. Yeah, those ponies took over the internet for a few years there. It was just nice to have, like, a resurgence of actual good cartoons at that point. That was the main thing it had going for it. Up to that point in the 2010s, it was pretty not great when it came to cartoons. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic kinda jump-started the good portion back into development. All praise be to Lauren Faust. I think I listened to this a few times while making chapters of a fanfic back when I first found this song. Yeah, you can make a song out of, or music out of, like, literally any sound. You just gotta have a beat to put it along with. Tonight we're gonna party like it's 2010. Yeah, some things change, some stay the same, but internet jokes are forever. It's the memes writing. Back when they talk about memes in Metal Gear Solid 2, it is not at all talking about internet memes, but people retroactively apply it to that when newer people get exposed to it.
But, whatever you want to do is fine.
Louder.
Now, lots of control.
This is a song I can probably just listen along to forever. Hello, Dead King, how are you doing? You joined us just in time to get to the internet meme song that I have in the playlist. I've made some pretty amazing YouTube poop type music videos over the years on the website. For what is being shown on screen here, I am working on page 57 of the 14th comic of my series. I'm doing alright today. I'm just working as I ever am. Do need to get to work on a birthday animation after this, and planning to test out recording some special features from a DVD on the streaming video program on the computer. Seeing if I can acquire some things to archive on my hard drive that way. I am going to use the movie Little Nemo, which is not Finding Nemo, but everyone thinks you're talking about Finding Nemo when you mention Little Nemo. Yeah, we got a lot of action on this page. It is the beginning of the final fight of the tournament of the comic. Got a lot of speed lines and turning around and punching and stuff. Yeah, there was a lot of me yawning earlier in the stream. Thankfully, no one was around to be put to sleep by that, but it's always an infectious type of thing that happens once somebody starts that. Let's see, what other songs do I have here? Oh, we have that and that. Okay. Well, we can start those up in a second. Yeah, I've been in the middle of trying to save various videos from YouTube onto my computer because of it probably isn't going to be all that bad, but once YouTube starts getting rid of older channels that haven't been used in 2 years, I figured I may as well start preparing for that and gathering up all the stuff I can of what's important to me from the site. All the decades of videos at this point.
But,
Now we are playing a favorite of Shadow the Cartoonist, whom is not in the chat today, so he's missing out. But I'm sure he will show up at some point. If there is anybody in the chat that is not part of it, the link to my Discord will be in the description, as well as Patreon if anyone would like to support all the stuff I create. I can't sing along to this song. It's in a language I don't speak. Yeah, if I were going to, like, edit Dragon Ball, like, for a preferred version for me for how to watch it, I would make multiple different openings with the different music themes for the video games. And whenever I get to another season, I would change it to, like, the opening that fits it out of what I'd create music video-wise out of those tracks. Yeah, Dragon Ball is a series that I like, but as it goes on, it gets kind of worse and worse to me. But I can watch the 21st Budokai, 22nd Budokai, Peel Off, Red Ribbon, Piccolo Daimyo, all that stuff any day. Probably the Saiyan Saga. Once it gets to Namek, I just kind of drop off. But all the stuff before that's pretty great. I actually play this song in my head when I think about this comic series I work on, like, play a music video of this song going through the story of the entire comic series. And this part would be when Doko is facing, like, his final challenge at the end of the comics. Why am I coloring that? That was supposed to be white, so I just wasted all that time filling in that little block there. Oh well, thank you, the Dead King. I've been working on the comic for, I think, 11 or 12 years now. The art is a lot better than it used to be when I started it. There's a better look with the opacity raised. Obviously, a lot of this is going to be like, nope. A lot of this will be like filled in black and stuff, which is what I'm doing now. It's the digital process of making the comic pages. I do them by hand in the sketchbook beforehand, then I scan them in and edit them on the computer here. It's about 4 to 5 hours to do the physical part, and then about 4 to 5 hours to do the digital part for each page. And that's not even the colored pages, that's just the black and white pages. I usually do about 10 to 15 pages of color per comic, starting with comic number 10. And once I go back and remake the earlier comics, which is what I'm going to do after this comic is over. And hopefully, what I plan to do is start remaking the older comics, and as I'm remaking them, publish them, so that, like, once the art and everything is better than the garbage it looks like now, it'll be presentable to the public. All the pages are up on my DeviantArt, but, like, to actually sell them, I want them to, the older ones, to look better. I think once I get up to, like, comic 6 or 7 is when I plan to stop doing the remakes and just sell them as they already look. Because by that point, the art is getting towards being more acceptable to me. I'll probably change a few panels here and there throughout the comics, though, to keep the art more in line and stuff. Yeah, Doko and his... Doko is the hero of the comic. He's this guy here. And he is competing in this tournament because after the first saga, his friends have wasted all the money that they made, so they're betting on him to, like, get money, and they hope for him to win the tournament, so he gets the prize money. But since they're betting everything on him, if he loses this final match, they will lose everything and not get the prize money. He doesn't care about the money at all, he's just wanting to compete because he has always watched the tournament with his friend Stacy growing up, and they like it. Yeah, but this is The tournament idea was kind of inspired by Dragon Ball, because they always had it where Dragon Ball was an adventure and then a tournament. And the first saga of the comic here was an adventure one, so now it's a tournament one. I don't know if I will do another tournament saga, like full saga, but that was why I ended up doing this part. The last 3 comics are the tournament. This, the comic before it, and the comic before that one. Yeah, most of it's an adventure, comedy, action type thing. The comics themselves are set in the 2300s. So long after we're all dead. Our mountains and stuff are islands to them with the raised sea levels and everything. I think I had it planned that at some point I'm going to like have a submarine shown, and as it's like descending, you can see in the background is like the sunken image of the Statue of Liberty and stuff. And fish swimming around it. Yeah, I didn't really ever address when the time frame was that the comics take place, but this comic, they actually do imply that it is that far in the future, because the Doko's friends are talking at one point, and one of them's questioning the other about, like, champions of the tournament, like statues of them. And they're like, oh, this guy was the champion back in the 2000s, and this guy was the champion in the 2100s, and stuff like that. And there's all sorts of hyper-advanced ruins across the world where there's, like, robots guarding ancient technology and stuff from wars that have happened between our time period and theirs. Yeah, I just spend my days doing this. I just finished that Invader Zim animation the other day, finally. It took like 4 months to do. Like, technically it was like around 6 months, but like, of the actual work, it was like 4 months between working on all the other stuff I create. People do seem to like that animation from whenever I've stopped in on the video. And this guy that Doku's fighting is the Claw, a mysterious combatant that people don't really know anything about, but he's made it to the finals with Doku. Now they are seeing who is going to be the champion. This guy back here is the announcer. He's got like robot eyes, like they zoom in and out of his head when he wants to look at something. I believe this song is called Far From Home. I first heard it on a music video somebody did of Doug TeNaples' comic Gear. Ever since then, it's been a ambient piece that I will listen to on occasion. Obviously, I'm not playing the version that has words on account that this video may get blocked if I do that. For some reason, though, they do allow me to play a Gorillaz song, which I would not expect for that to be allowed, but it didn't get the video blocked the last times I played it, so that one's fair game, I guess. Boo, 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 boo. This is El Mañana by the Gorillaz, the song I was talking about. Arguably my favorite song they've ever made. And the music video is not allowed to be shown in America on YouTube. I still got it though. Well, thank you. It's been fun having you here, the Dead King. I hope you have a good day out there. Thanks for stopping by. All that day, lost my mind, thought I'd find, maybe in time you'll want to be mine. You'll see. Then I'll resolve to find all that day, lost my mind, thought I'd find, I want to be. Lost my mind. Maybe in time you'll want to be. Maybe in time you'll want to be. Maybe in time Living Now this is some music that I really want to animate to someday. I would love to animate the final battle of Mega Man 04 to this. You do have the Japanese audio tracks to play before it, where Weil is talking to Zero. I am a never-ending nightmare. Die! Break into pieces! Mega Man always has amazing final boss tracks. I think this has remixes of other final boss tracks in it, but while I'm listening to it, I can never hear them because I'm just focused on how amazing the track itself is as a final boss theme. Washiga Olare Olande Shimae. Yeah, Dr. Wile's mistake is, the person that he was trying to, reason with, try and get his plan to succeed and not have the hero interfere was, Zero. Obviously, he's not exactly a Reploid to begin with, and he, is not someone that really cares much about the laws of robotics. All he cares about is doing what he believes he needs to do. If that means killing somebody to save the world, then that's what he's gonna do. Yeah, the laws of robotics can only get you so far once you, have robots that can actually think and make decisions for themselves. Reploid. Repelaloidu. Mega Man Zero gets into quite a bit of meaningful storylines. Things that feel like they go beyond the typical Mega Man impact on how important things feel, how it connects to the viewer on a story level. Mega Man Legends also is quite impactful, like, relatability-wise. ZX started out pretty good, but Advent is, feels like a step backwards to me, kind of, when it comes to, like, things that feel like they actually matter. ZX was already getting into iffy territory, making like an evil corporation type of thing. Like, after the Zero games, that's what you go with. It ended up turning out pretty nice, but like, just the premise is like, really? The evil businessman angle for this? But it wasn't all. It was a good game. And it did do what I was kinda wanting them to continue, which was the Metroidvania type of game for Mega Man. Unfortunately, Advent pulls back on that a bit, which is one of the things I view as a, one of the steps backwards about that game. It still has Metroidvania-ness to it, but it's not. It feels a lot more video gamey and not as much like a actual world when compared to like ZX or even 01. Got all of these people to fill in. It's gonna take forever. I don't know how I'll do it. This is a really catchy beat. This is a piece of music I sometimes imagine playing in the background while Doko fights Emperor Illuminator in one of his mechs or something. Yeah, Freedom Planet had a pretty amazing soundtrack. It's one of the things I wish was as good in Freedom Planet 2, but 2 didn't have as good of tracks to me usually. When it did, it was usually remixes of tracks from the first game, which were great to hear, but I wish there were more original tracks that were as good as the ones from 1 in that game. Oh, hello, Daniel. You are just in time to listen to Freedom Planet boss music. I was just saying that I sometimes think of Doko fighting Emperor Illuminator in one of his mechs with this track playing in the background. How are you doing today? I've just been working on the comic here for the last hour, 25 minutes. I do want to get Freedom Planet and Freedom Planet 2 at some point. I've gone over quite a few topics while talking aimlessly to the void today. Gone over ages in American comics, the potential of humanity, Dragon Ball, Mega Man Zero, oh well, I hope the chores aren't too hard for you. I was moving storage for Mom today, and then I got on here afterwards. It is the birthday of the child of one of the people that works in this building here. Yeah, we got a lot of black to fill in with all the docos and audience members and everything on this page. After I'm done with this, I am going to probably work on a birthday animation for a friend, and see about trying to get footage from a DVD here. Just messing around with the computer program to see if I can acquire things from the DVDs I have to archive on my hard drive. I am going to be using Little Nemo as the test DVD for that. Which is not Finding Nemo, but everyone thinks you're talking about Finding Nemo when you say Little Nemo. So I always clarify. Oh wow, you have been rather active today, it seems, Bowyer. In all my life, I have never seen a real, live milkman. I've always heard of them, and I know they were in a lot more prevalent use back in older decades in America, but I myself have never seen one in the wild. Is it true that they graze in the pastures and eat milkweed? I did have a group of, like, villains in a superhero city idea once that were called the Milk Vikings. And what they were was, like, a group of Vikings that would, like, drive their wooden ship through the streets of the city, hunting down places to steal milk from. Oh, your grandpa seems like he wanted to just keep working. Nothing like sweet and salty popcorn. Ahem. Nothing like working on the comic for hours and hours without end. Takes a lot of work sometimes, depending on how much you have to fill in blacks, but it eventually gets done if you stick with it. Okay, so this guy would be here. Means the person behind him is right there. And then this space gets filled in black. And this track just goes on forever. Now we have one of the best tracks of the Sonic series. The remix of the lava area from Sonic 3D Blast. Final Fortress from Sonic Heroes. I had no idea this was a remix of anything until, like, years after Sonic Heroes. I was playing through 3D Blast and got to the lava area and was like, hold on, this sounds familiar. Oh, that sounds like a very interesting chicken, Bowyer. Yeah, my, I think it was Dad would usually use Sprite in the marinade for the meat. I remember Sonic 3D Blast had some UK comics, the Fleetway comics, where it had like that really, really evil version of Robotnik for the UK stuff. He looked like the goofy adventures of Robotnik, but he was like the most evil version they've ever done of Robotnik in those comics. He is just absolutely sadistic there. Give humans enough time, Bowyer, they'll come up with any number of combinations that you would never think of for things to eat or make foods and drinks with. Yeah, one thing that didn't dip in quality between ZX games and Mega Man was the music. It was kind of nice to see the ZX games having more normal or more livable cities and stuff as the setting after the utter despair that the Zero games ended as. It was good to see that the actual future after that ended up picking up. Oh wow. You guys get a whole service with that milk there. Yeah, I kinda switched over to drinking, I think almond milk last year. Because I was just trying to find anything that would help with the body pains. So I was thinking cutting lactose out might assist with that. But I can't tell. It all depends on the day how the body is going to hurt. I do like the almond milk though, it's got a nice vanilla to it. Makes things kinda sweet. The cornflakes are pretty nice with that. I can listen to Sonic music and Mega Man music all day long.
Lots of control. Good. Screaming and hollering. Yes. And
Most importantly, passion.
Right. So now that you know the elements of a good cheer, let's hear
You
one.
want. I never cared for skim milk myself. Takes away a lot of the flavor I like. Flavor-wise, whole milk is the best to me, but fat-wise, it's not the healthiest, I don't think. So I usually don't end up getting that. Of course, this is speaking as though I still get milk, like the actual milk. If I could, I'd just tear apart my body and put it back together the right way so that I can feel okay again. Not have to try to micromanage what it is that may or may not affect my pain areas whenever I eat stuff. My little pony, my little pony. Yeah, Doko is trying his hardest here, but he just cannot hit the claw. Gotta work in all these speed lines here. And try to figure out how to color around them so that the speed lines are still visible and stuff amidst the black areas that they're intersecting with. Yeah. This is amazing commentary from Edward here. Early to win a Oscar. Just the utter silence of listening to a YouTube song that someone has made out of My Little Pony sound effects. Now for a remix of a remix. Oh, do you have anything else planned for the day here, Ballier? I've got found one of Dad's old, not really a newspaper, it's like a paper magazine that's completely square. It is Comics Buyer's Guide from 1998. Having a ball with Japanese comics, and it has Dragon Ball on the front. Inside, Spider-Man contest winners. It's an amazing April for new comics. This issue was mailed February 17th, newspaper handling / periodical class. Ah. Yeah, slowly but surely, we are getting the comic filled in here. Oh, I think you might have mentioned the Pantheon thing before. There's so many pieces of music I listen to that just end up having me create music videos of Doko's comics in my head. Like, what happens throughout the series and playing those scenes to the tunes of the music I'm listening to. There was somebody in Discord last night. It was, I think, Ghidorah. I think it's Donkey Ghidorah. And he was talking about all the ideas he had come up with for, I think, primarily one of his ideas over the years. Had a lot of different ideas for how it would go, like different versions of it. For me, I usually end up making just one idea and then going with that, but there have been times where I've come up with other ideas for how to do things. Not as often as other people do, though, I don't think. Yeah, sometimes I'll do concept art for characters, but usually I end up keeping the final version a lot more similar to concepts than a lot of other people do. I think I usually know what I want things to be like. bum, 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 bum. For more minor things like side characters or background elements, I'll go through more design ideas normally, but for the main characters and stuff, I usually have a good idea. I say as I draw a character that looked nothing like he did in his concepts. Doko did not even look human when I first came up with him. Although sadly, I've never been able to find those old original drawings I had for ideas of him back then. That was back in like 2007 or 8 or something. I remember Mech had a different looking suspender outfit. Had like a middle section that laid over the normal, like, suspender outfit type thing. I forget what the first drawings of Tesley looked like, but she would not have been all that different at all. Well, at least you got more ideas going from that failure. The most I really did with the claws design when coming up with him was determining whether or not to have his outfit be a shirt and pants, or just have all of it be one, like, suit. I ended up dividing it into shirt and pants, though. Which it may become evident why I did that later in the final match here. Oh, well, coming up with ideas, I think, is something that happens no matter what if you're creative. Whether you want it or not, it'll probably happen as you're creating. Your mind will instinctively want to go on and keep creating more stuff. That's how it always is with me. But I'm the crazy guy that just keeps creating, like, forever, so it may just be an exclusive thing. Well, Edward, it's been 70 years. Have you stopped creating yet? No, I got 5 projects going right now, and I got 15 more waiting for next month. Yeah, I'll be the old guy that's the cool Gandalf bobbing his head up and down. Yeah. Uh-oh, I'm out of water. I may have to get up to get some more in a bit. Nope, 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 nope. Yep. Yeah, that's gonna be old man Edward someday. Just living life. Actually looks like he's enjoying the music right now. Oh yeah, if you're getting into Transformers, Bowyer, you gotta know that a lot of elements come from an old, pretty garbage 80s cartoon. So it's not exactly the best quality of material to work with for certain things. There have been some interesting ideas with the Seekers before, but the traditional Seeker stuff is nothing really to write home about. They were just recolors of Starscream, and it was just an excuse to have, like, multiple Starscreams on screen to have not as much stuff to animate, like, that are unique looking, and to promote all the recolored toys they had of Starscream. That is pretty much why the Seekers exist in Transformers. Animated probably did the Seekers the most interesting, where they're all clones of Starscream, and each of them has a personality based on different aspects of Starscream's personality. I think Skywarp was the cowardiceness, Thundercracker, I think, was the superior one, the one that thought he was above everyone else. Then the yellow one was like always lying. Anything he said, he would mean the opposite of. And yeah, that's what I would consider the best version of the Seekers. Then they made up Slipstream for that version, which is a female Seeker. And Starscream was like, well, which personality trait are you? She was just like, don't ask. And that's all you got for an explanation for her. Although I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be his intelligence, because she's the one that's like actually capable and stuff. Figures out things. Color. Yeah. Here we go, a music switch. Thank God. I was going insane from that. Yeah, the shows that I would recommend for Transformers are Beast Wars and Animated. Those are the ones that I think are the absolute best shows. Armada's alright, but I would recommend highly the Japanese version if you're going to watch Armada. Because that English dub is pretty insufferable at times. Oh, the comics do all sorts of things with Transformers, Valier. There's multiple different comic series, and they usually allow more interesting things to happen in them, rather than rehashing the same exact things over and over with each series, like the shows do. And they're not as limited by what they are and aren't allowed to show in the comics. Yeah, if you ever need, like, Animated or Beast Wars or Armada Japanese version, I think I have all of those series on my computer. Oh, the kids in Armada are like, they are so much more bearable in the Japanese version. Fred and Billy, I think, the two bully characters in the show, are not, like, they are not portrayed like that in the Japanese version. They actually have important things to say at times and stuff. And, Rad, the main guy in Armada, is not always doing the narrations and stuff in the Japanese version. But yeah, Megatron's pretty cool in Armada. Armada is the one I always think of when I think of the Autobot-Decepticon war. It's the one that I always felt portrayed it the most appealing. Having everything culminate with Unicron was pretty incredible. Then you technically have hints of Unicron throughout the entire show. Even the Minicon symbol, if you look at it, is Unicron. Because it's like his helmet as the middle piece, the M, and then the, like, diamond ring around it is his ring in planet mode. It's like he's always this looming presence throughout the entire show. Yeah, don't worry. The Japanese version, the fat kid, I think that's Billy, is not like that in that version. They made him completely obsessed with food and stuff all the time, specifically in the American version. He still likes food and stuff in the Japanese version, but that's not like the defining character trait of the character. And he's also not like whining and crying about every little thing constantly in the Japanese version. I think they actually mention him in the supplemental materials of Animated, like what that version of him is like. It's not like a main character thing, it's just, well, here's how this version of the character was in this world. Little things like that for different characters from throughout the different shows in Animated's universe. Although Sideways is supposed to be the same character in every universe, it's like the implication always was that he was like traveling between all the different universes. And in Revenge of the Fallen, he's in like Shanghai. And in Animated, in their like description of him, if you get the thing that talks about him, it says that he hopes to visit Shanghai someday, which implies that he was in Animated's universe before he went to Shanghai in the Michael Bay universe. This is a lot of black to draw. I think they had Sideways planned to appear in Season 4 of Animated, but since it got cancelled, he never showed up at all. They have a model sheet for him, or a reference image. I don't think they have a whole model sheet that's displayed at all in the book. Yeah, Alexis is the iconic human character from Armada. If I remember right, I think Red Alert, the medic, was supposed to be like a veteran or something. Because I remember in, I think, the first or second episode of the Japanese version of Armada, Hotshot calls him, like, old-timer and stuff. Hotshot's obviously the Bumblebee of the show. The kid character. Although I think he's called Hot Rod in the Japanese version. Hotshot. Which is kind of odd, because the sequel in Energon, they actually meet Rodimus Prime, so I'm not sure what they call Rodimus Prime in the Japanese version. But that was always a great design to me for Rodimus in the Energon show. Garbage show, but nice design for him. We got that panel done. Now I still got like 2/3 of the page left to go. Yeah, Raph will forever be without his snowball. Oh. I am going to get some more water because I am out, so I will be back momentarily. I... I am sorry, Bowyer. I lied. I got apple juice instead of water. I beg your forgiveness, but I will be sure to perform ritualistic seppuku after this to make up for it. Oh. Yeah, with Raph, in my version, he's like in his 20s, or I think his late 20s. And him and Miko and Jack are operatives of Unit E by that point. Raph's the one that's seen the least, because he's mostly back at base, being the mission control type character usually. But he acknowledges with his, like, smarts he can probably kill both Jack and Miko. That usually gets them to shut up if they're, like, teasing him and stuff. Yeah, the Seekers are never the, most developed characters of Transformers, Bowyer. I know they've used Slipstream a few times after animated. Like how they use Lugnut sometimes now after they did him there. They've used Bulkhead's, like, every version of Bulkhead after animated is based on the animated version. Yeah, the Transformers always suffered from shows after Beast Wars. The shows just started using the names of characters and not really caring how much it, like, reflected the previous incarnations of the characters. They just seemed to take, like, names out of a hat and just go, oh, well, we'll call this character this previous character's name. Like, I remember one of the most bizarre ones to me was, Tidal Wave. In Armada, the character that, like, combines with Galvatron, he is not called Tidal Wave in Japan. He is called Shockwave in Japan. Which, that's like, Tidal Wave is like the furthest thing you could get from Shockwave. So that was like the first huge one to me that was like, what? Why would you call him that? And then you got the clear Shockwave character in Energon, the sequel, but it's called Shock Blast. Yeah, Energon may not be good for much, but that introduction of Shock Blast was pretty violent, considering how the rest of the shows in the, like, Armada Energon usually were. Because Shock Blast just went and murdered, like, everyone on, like, that facility he was kept on. Very, very surprising to see that for that show. Then later on they have, like, Megatron torturing Inferno and stuff. There's some surprising moments in that one. Don't think any of it, though, comes close to how Thrust dies in Armada, where he's, like, crushed to death inside of Unicron. You can always count on Transformers to traumatize the next generation. Yeah, ever since the original movie, Transformers has been just slaughtering characters in horrific fashion. And my Transformers stuff, I do not have any qualms with trying to keep things light and censored. Things can get as violent as they need to there. But it's not a priority ever to, like, make it super explicit or anything. It pretty much goes along with the tone of how I do my comics. Yeah, it's fun and adventurous, but when things get serious, they can be pretty dangerous. Ooh. Oh, we're now at 2 hours and 24 minutes. Got a very crazed looking Doko here. Winding up to hit the claw again. But she will actually hit him here, but the claw will block it. Yeah, these moments that go by in, like, seconds, you have to hang on for, like, the match itself is going to probably go by in real time a lot quicker than the comic makes it look like. Because you're having to, like, look at every action that is taken in still images. Whereas if it were, like, watching a video, it'd just be, like, this entire page where Doko, like, lands, spins, punches, misses, winds up, punches, blocks, grabs, and throws. That is, not all that long it would take for that stuff to really happen. But it takes up an entire page here, because it's a comic. You can't exactly display motion. And if you could, it'd take forever to animate that anyway. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Transformers, it's sort of random when they choose to put that kind of effort into certain things. Hello, Dumbo. How are you doing? We're working on page 57 of comic number 14 here. I was doing the physical part of this page yesterday, and now we're on to the digital portion where I color in all the black areas. Currently, we've been doing this for 2 hours and 25 minutes. And Bowyer here was talking about the Seekers from Transformers. Now, for my Transformer stuff, I start out Soundwave looking more like his G1 self, but by the end he will have become looking more like his Prime self, but with G1 elements, so he still looks recognizable as Soundwave. Like with animated, his actual essence is the little tape that's inside of him. That's what holds his spark. Got so many blacks to color in on this page. Hopefully this page ends up looking good enough. Dragon Ball Z. The fight continues. Huh. It's advertising the old VHS tapes of Dragon Ball. I'm gonna change this song. Oh, well, it's a good thing you got your PS4 off before anything bad happened. I'm assuming you're watching this on your phone device if you have things not connected for the power outage. Let me see here. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, bum, bow. Down, bow, ba-da, bum, bum, bow. This music, I always think of King Shadow and Barbot's final battle in my stuff back in 2008, where they're falling towards the core of Earth as they fight. Yeah, rain is always a nice element. The light patter on the exterior of the buildings provides a nice, soothing ambiance. My dad always loved thunderstorms, and it is quite nice. Just as long as you're not out in it. I think Sonic Unleashed is probably the last game that did a real satisfying final Eggman fight. Since then, he's sort of... Colors was fun, but the story was like absolute garbage, and it's like... It didn't have the build-up that Unleash had towards when you'd finally defeat Eggman in the adventure. Generations felt like kinda just a party game story-wise. Like, Eggman is technically a huge threat there, but because of how things are presented and done, it doesn't feel like it has too much of an impact. Forces is Forces. Lost World, that had a pretty decent final Eggman confrontation. And then Frontiers is... He's wanting to do stuff there, but the bigger threat is what he's, like, trying to dig into and investigate and stuff. Don't think... Yeah, you don't actually fight Eggman at all in Frontiers. Yeah, storms are just real nice to me. The darkness and everything, the dimness of it, makes things feel more sleepy and relaxed to me. Although, if you like storms, you would love Venus. Although you would not survive those storms. Bow, bow. Bow. Yeah, wow. Whoa. Doko, why do you take so long to fill in? Why do you have to have all these black parts to your design? Well, because you created me like this. I know, but if I ask myself, I have no one else to exude that contempt towards other than myself. Yeah, I like to have a nice cup of hot tea on a rainy day. Have my sketchbook out to work with. Yeah, this is a music track I sometimes listen to when it's raining out. It feels like it goes along with the drops of water. No idea if this will get my video blocked if I play it, but we shall see. For rainy days, sometimes I will play the Sega CD version of the Echo the Dolphin soundtrack. It has different music tracks than the Sega Genesis version does. They're always pretty ambient type of musics. If you want to look up this music at all, it is called Gloomy Day by Acacia. That is A-C-A-C-I-A. I remember it was used in the background of a somebody that painted the Spirited Away backgrounds for that movie. And they had it playing while they were painting one of the backgrounds for Spirited Away. Ah. Let's see here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Come on. Click on that. There we go. And then click over here. And here we go. well, you do like your horror, Dumbo. How often you play Resident Evil and all that? There was a topic I was in the other day where people were talking about Resident Evil 0, and they were asking about some of the development of it, and I mentioned that I hadn't realized it until one of the Project Umbrella members brought it up, but the Queen Leech, as a character, really only exists in, like, the fancy CGI cutscenes of the game. It has no... Like, young Marcus has no in-game model, really. It feels like something that was put in as more of, just the cutscene material for that. And some of the concepts for the, like, Marcus, there wasn't a Queen Leech, I don't think. It was his consciousness which was spread out throughout the, like, actual swarm of leeches. And, in Zero, when you, like, the only thing you really see of the Queen Leech in the game itself is during the final fight when you face it, and it looks sorta like something that is made out of that could be made out of multiple leeches. So Umbrella Chronicles presents it as it just being like a normal-looking leech clone of Marcus in that version. So it feels almost like the Queen Leech young Marcus thing was more just added on towards the end of development, since, like, as a character, it's not really in the game part of Zero. Well, I know in Doom they came out with those expansions on Doom Eternal. Yeah, I've wanted to do some video game creepypastas before, but I've just always been too busy with all the other stuff I do. In looking over some of the concept art of Resident Evil 0, a lot of those concepts were like back in, let's see, July of 1998 is when a lot of them were drawn. It looked like July or August. So it was like the same year that Resident Evil 2 came out that they were making those concepts for Resident Evil 0. Which would line up with it originally going to be on the Nintendo 64. Well, I do know people like to do all sorts of mods for Doom. That has been a habit for as long as the franchise has been around. You have Doko Punch in here and he just gets automatically blocked by the claw. Erase that down a bit. A lot of these areas that I'm getting a bit messy on along the edges will not be a factor once I heighten the opacity back up and all the gray lines turn back to black. It'll all blend together. Yeah. Let's see. This... How'd I have this? Okay. So that goes... Hold on. Alright. So it goes like that, I think? Yeah, that should be it. That would mean I'd need to make this area black, so that you can tell that it's still part of the suit there. Yeah, it gets a bit hard to tell what to color in where at times with all the speed lines going on in the image. Oh, well, if I ever get the chance, I can watch that, Dumbo. But since I'm always making stuff and saving other things and all that, I rarely have too much free time for things. The mid-2010s were a hot time period for the creepy scene on YouTube. Had all the creepypastas in full swing, had Slender, had Spooky's House of Jump Scares, SCP, and now things are on sort of a break, it feels like, from the creepy era, but creepiness always creeps back up eventually. And then, of course, in the early 2010s and late 2000s, you had all those wonderful classic horror RPG Maker games. IB and Mad Father, The Witch's House, Ao-Oni. All that great, great stuff. The Crooked Man. So many Let's Plays that I need to try and save before YouTube pulls anything. Gotten a bit harder to swallow in the last day or two. Feels like there's more of a buildup of saliva. Ah. What are some of the creepiest stories you guys can think of? Back in the early 2010s, I would sometimes sit around for hours just listening to whatever new creepypasta was out. Occasionally had Sparky Lane next to me. There's so many different creepypastas that I read. Some good, a lot horrible and garbage. But you can always find a good story if you search hard enough. Not the scariest, but one of my favorites is the NES Godzilla creepypasta. Always a great time. A bit corny at times towards the end, but still so much effort put into it. Well, it's not called horror without reason, Daniel. There's bound to be people that are afraid of certain things. I don't know if I've ever gotten scared of a video or show, really. The most scared I ever got of, like, anything on the internet was probably the Tails doll. Because that was, like, back in urban legend territory before creepypastas were, like, a thing. So I I remember I slept with a knife under my pillow once, worrying about it. And then I eventually decided to do what you need to do to activate the Tails doll curse, just to get it out of the way, which is to tag all the characters in tag mode, including Supersonic, with the Tails doll in Sonic R. And Tails doll is absolute garbage as a character. It cannot move. It is, like, impossible to get, like, anybody. So I spent, like, hours trying to get everyone, and then Supersonic on top of that with the Tails doll. When I finally did, it just said congratulations, and I kinda wish the Tails doll curse had happened after all of that, just so I had something to show for it. But no, it's nothing, and I just wasted all that time and energy for no reason. That was my letdown of horror when it came to video games. Yeah, everyone was terrified of the Tails doll back when Sonic R was, like, new and stuff. And a lot of times when I have quotes on, like, websites I'm on, it'll be, "Before death, you see the Tails doll," as, like, a reference to that. I have such abysmal memories and such unsatisfying conclusions to them. Feels like I've been doing this forever. Oh, that's why it feels like it. It's been 3 hours. I did the Tails doll curse failure because it was just gnawing at my mind so much that I did not care if it was real or not. I just had to get it out of the way. That is why I did it. It's sort of the curiosity growing too much. You have to experience it and know what it actually is. That, and there were so many conflicting, like, accounts of what would happen. Like, no story was ever the same about what would happen if you actually activated it. So part of it was just figuring out what actually was going to happen. Apparently it was nothing. So, that was great. The one that I remember the most is, the guy activated it, and the next day he was found with a Sonic R, the casing for, like, Sega Saturn games is like these blocky, clear plastic sharp-edged cases that you open up and there's a CD in the middle. They're like rectangles. They sit standing up taller than a jewel case, which is a CD case. Anyhow, he activated it, and the next day he was found with the Sonic R case jammed down his throat. Like, it was, like, bleeding on the inside and everything from the edges scraping along his interior of his throat and stuff. He was obviously dead. Yeah, that's the one I remember the most. Yeah, I thought about Bloody Mary every so often, but that one was like just so common by that point that I kinda just shrugged it off. I eventually did try the Bloody Mary thing, finally, just because I didn't even believe it, so I figured, okay, well, we'll see what this does. Oh, it did nothing. Like I figured it would. Yeah, maybe it works on somebody, but it did not work on me, which I guess is a good thing. I'm sure there's all sorts of weird paranormal stuff that does go on in the world, but so far, other than my little, toy coming to life incident, it has eluded me. Yeah, there's people that talk about things that where people that don't think like this can't happen because science is like it can't happen, and it's like, okay, but there is a lot of weird shit that happens on Earth. I would not be surprised if some of it actually was all the some of the mysterious stuff actually is real in some instances. Because there is a lot of bizarre, weird stuff that happens on Earth. You just gotta look for it enough. Although you don't want to go hunting for certain things. You don't want to be an idiot about it. Like, yeah, there might not be a ghost in those woods, but it's probably got its reputation for a reason. I'm not going to head into, like, what feels like sheer danger or anything. Unless I'm bored, maybe I'll go then. But probably not. Yeah, I remember there was this valley during, I think, the Gold Rush that, these three guys were setting out to, go find gold there, because they had found gold coming down the stream from it. And, the third guy, two of them went ahead, the third guy had gotten injured, so he stayed behind. And they, the two guys never came back, so he went searching and found their heads, on poles in the wood. And the natives of the area had said that it's a haunted area, that you do not go there. Bad stuff happens. And since then, there have been multiple people that have gone missing, with sometimes their heads will be found separate from their bodies and stuff. And yeah, it's, don't know if it's haunted or not, but I'm not going to find out. That's the kind of stuff that it's like, there are tales for a reason. people wanting to go prove that science is science and there's nothing that is unexplained and whatever. Yeah, they can go investigate if they want. It's none of my business. Yeah, if you guys ever want any, like, really weird accounts to, like, look into or anything, I think it's this series called The Missing 411, which is a series of books that have been made by an investigator that was... There have been a lot of disappearances at national parks and stuff, and he took a lot of the interviews that he had with people that are, like, related to the disappearances and stuff, and people that took part in searches or have accounts on what happened on the days that people went missing, and he compiled it into, like, a series of books. And a lot of it is, like, detailing bizarre circumstances of, like, how could this stuff even have happened? What could be the explanation of this? There's, like, never any answer, because they're missing people that have never been found, usually. And if they have been found, it's been in circumstances that are, like, make no sense as to how they got to where they were. Things like that. I think there's somebody on YouTube that's done videos on the Missing 411. There's, like, I think a 2-year-old that went missing, and it was, like, right outside of their house. They're, like, near the woods, and the mom just heard this scream, and she couldn't find the 2-year-old, so everyone started looking around, and it wasn't until, like, a day later, and it was, like, freezing, there was snow everywhere, and a day later they found her miles away, just wrapped up in this little sort of area that'd been manufactured for shelter. And no one knows how she got there. Miles and miles away from where the house was. In those conditions. And that's all that's really known about that one. There's a lot of mysteries in the world. That's what you need people like Dib for. He would go investigating and come back fighting Zim in some fate of the world type of conflict. Then no one would believe him about anything. Well, I hope the storm is going okay where you are, Dumbo. I'm getting tired. So much drawing. Why did this pop up? Get off the screen. I'm assuming I should make dinner soon. I was not expecting the stream to go on for this long. I think it's been about almost 6 hours since I ate. Oh. Up. We got some more Metroid here. I think this is the Metroid Prime theme. Okay, never mind. It's a remix of Super Metroid music, it sounds like. Although that sounded like it was a Metroid Prime tune at the start of it. Ah, no. Yeah, I've always figured I would not be good at telling horror stories. It doesn't feel like my voice in the way I talk would be good for portraying the fear. And then he ate the apple and died. Are you not scared? This is the Edward18 voice. It has the most emotion of anybody on the planet. Yeah, voice-wise, I figure I'm probably monotone enough that I could do like a goth kid or something in a show. Sigh. Why do you go on? Life is meaningless. Why do I go on? It doesn't matter. Ding, ding. Bum, 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 bum. That's why you do animations. You can make show your expressiveness through the visuals rather than the voice. Although I obviously try to make the voice sound different pitches and stuff depending on what is happening in the animations where I animate myself. Wow, 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 wow. How much more do I have? Okay, I got a Doko, I got a Doko, I got a Claw. I don't think I'm really gonna be able to get through all this. Not in this session. See, we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes. But I don't think I'm gonna be able to hang on, like, hunger-wise for the entire time. So I'll probably have to cut the stream before I get this all wrapped up today. At least I'll have plenty of footage for whenever I do a making-of documentary for the comics, with all these streams I've been doing. Yeah, this sounds Metroid Prime. Unless, maybe, no, this is probably the tune they play at the beginning of, like, every Metroid game. Of Metroid, my favorite games would be Metroid 2, Zero Mission, maybe Fusion, another Metroid 2 remake, which isn't official but is better than official games at times, Metroid Prime 1, and Metroid Prime 2. Those are my favorites of the series. Come on, Edward, keep going, keep going. You can do it. You will win the day. When life gives you lemons, like, make lemonade. Now, probably one of the oddest experiences when it came to cartoon character names to me was Season 2 of Infinity Train. Because the main character in that season has my name. I don't usually hear that name in shows that I watch. Alright. I got the middle panels done. Now we got all this Doko and Claw stuff down here to color in. But it won't get done unless we do it. Damn. Wow, 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 wow. I've been working on the comic all the livelong day. I've been working on the comic just to pass the time away. And you hear the storage unit calling your name in the morning. And you get the stream a-going. Will the internet stay? There we go. Let me see here. Let's a little more. You need to keep hydrated while you work, otherwise you will wither away and fall into a coma. Well, you are getting into the sci-fi stuff today, Bowyer. I never quite cared for the bugs in the movie of Starship Troopers. It was always kind of annoying to me because in the book, the bugs are like, they like use machinery and stuff and feel not like animals as much as they are in the movies. Although there's a number of things I do not care for with the movie of Starship Troopers, considering how it is with the book side by side with it. And I do remember they used the equipment for Starship Troopers in the first episode of Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. They used the exact same stuff from that movie in that episode, and it's very obvious. Down bone. Down bone, 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 down, bone, bone. Down, bone, bone. Down, bone, bone. I'm fine with the bugs in Starship Troopers the movie, if the movie were not called Starship Troopers. That's the main issue I have with it, is that the movie does not feel like Starship Troopers to me. Down, 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 down. Yeah, it's just some sci-fi bug aliens, they're fine. It's just my personal gripes with the movie that it was done for that are the issue with me. Down, down, bow, 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 bow. The best, probably the best movie, book-to-movie adaptation I have ever seen is the original Andromeda Strain movie from, like, the 1970s, I think. That is, like, almost completely accurate to how it is in the book. The only major difference I can recall is that at the point where they have, like, lasers in the movie of Andromeda Strain, it's darts in the book. Oh, I wouldn't have expected you to have read Starship Troopers, Bowyer. It's a bit of an old book at this point. It's a classic, but it's getting up there in years by now. I believe it may not have been the very first story to use them, but it's the first one, I think, that, like, caught on the idea of power armor in science fiction, because after that, power armor was a concept that was used a lot throughout science fiction, I think. So I always attribute that to be the start of things like where Samus Aran's power suit or the Doomslayer's power suit or things like that come from. I don't think they... Well, they have armor in the movie of Starship Troopers, but it's not like how it's presented in the book, it doesn't feel like. Because in the book, it feels like more like they're robotic suits and stuff that they're dropped to planets in. Like, they're dropped from the upper atmosphere as their ship is flying, and they're dropped in the armor. I think that's probably also where Halo gets their, like, jumps from orbit from, is probably what it is. Bum, bum, bum. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, bow, 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 bow. Yeah, from what I remember, Starship Troopers the movie was originally going to be a movie called bug hunt. But the guy that was making the movie, his friends said that the movie idea sounded like Starship Troopers to him, so he ended up making it a movie of Starship Troopers instead. If I remember correctly, that's why Starship Troopers, that was the development of the movie. It's been years since I heard that story, though, so I may be off on some details there. Yeah, the Book of Starship Troopers is more about the political side of things and the meaning of what it is to be a soldier, for what that means as your placement in society in that world. It's sort of a look into the what's it called? Ideology of that type of a society. That type of thing. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, sci-fi novels and books, I think, were probably at some of their best throughout the 50s and 60s. But putting all of that aside, what exactly are the specifics of your bug creature thing, Valure? No, Handgun would love this. One of the iconic tracks of one of his favorite games, Genova, from Final Fantasy VII. Genova always felt like a Final Fantasy version of The Thing. This entity that comes and absorbs a planet's life forms and shapeshifts to mimic. Oh, well, you're picking some really, less kid-friendly science fiction things to draw inspirations from there. The Thing is my favorite horror movie, science fiction horror movie ever created. So good. The scene where they, like, burn the thing that comes out of the guy's chest in the heart attack scene. They actually had to reshoot that because they didn't realize it, but the fumes were building up from the substance they made for, like, the green insides for the prop. And so when they, like, did the flamethrower, it set the entire room on fire. It just exploded the room. Nobody was hurt, but they had to get that scene done that day. And so they had to, like, redo everything, put everything back together within hours, and reshoot it all. It was a very haphazard production that did not have the funding it needed, but they had some very creative people on the team, so it turned out amazing. Got horrible reviews back when it came out, but people that like science fiction later on came to appreciate it. It was up against E.T. at the time, so it had no chance in the box office, and presenting a horrible, evil, mutationist alien next to the more family-friendly one that Steven Spielberg was a part of was not going to work out at the time. Oh, I do remember that idea, Bowyer. And you do know that my ideas stray quite a bit from what would probably be allowed on kids' television at times. If you like the Thing at all, you probably like parts of my Final Evolution series. I think I got a channel for that on the Discord. Also probably like a bit of Resident Evil. The games, not the movies. Because fuck those Resident Evil movies. Ba-ba-boom. Yeah, my Final Evolution stuff takes place in the snowy wilderness. Well, not wilderness. A lot of times it takes place in the snowy terrain or the St. Elias Mountains of Alaska, and deal with very mutagenic types of transformations and stuff. Oh, that sounds kind of cultish there, Daniel. Getting into Resident Evil 4 remake territory or System Shock 2 territory with that. Yeah, System Shock 2 is a big one when it comes to the looking up to a collective consciousness that is always absorbing more creatures type of thing. The parasites in my stuff in Doko's comics are sort of have elements of that. They've, anything that they absorb, they can mimic. So they can blend in with society and walk about unsuspected. Their leader is the Parasite, which is, or the Parasite King, as some of the others refer to it as, which is the highest level of the collected consciousness hierarchy in their sort of society. They all operate for it. So there is one called Ilgamek, which acts as a commanding officer of the forces of the parasites. It's a personality that's solidified out of the various entities that it absorbed over the eons, and sort of became its own being. That's going to blacken the whole page. Okay, enough Genova. What else do I got here? Let's play some of this. My favorite Resident Evil music. I used this in the music video of Resident Evil Code Veronica that I made years ago. Which many people believe that Code Veronica was supposed to be a numbered Resident Evil game originally, but that is not the case. It was always just meant to be Code Veronica, which does not diminish its importance in the story of the series, but it was not supposed to be 3 or 4, as some people claim it is. Yeah, this is the best ending, like, final chapter music of a Resident Evil game. Really gives that sense of this is the end of the mission, and you need to stop this or everything will be doomed. Heard an excellent remix of this music where there's like alarms blaring in the background for that final time they play the tune. No, I'm sure I've come up with plenty of weird ideas over the years, Bowyer, but those sort of just fade into the background as I come up with more stuff. I've come up with all sorts of things, it's impossible to keep track at this point. Let's see. There's the one about the kid that has a terminal illness, and he ends up waking up in this world or this city that has all these mutant-looking people that dress like they're from different time periods and stuff. And he can modify his body with either drugs that are sold on the streets there or with body parts that he acquires from other people. And that was a pretty weird one. I was thinking of another, but I lost it. Yeah, I come up with ideas for like just little game ideas at times that don't really go on to anything, but just potential ideas for things I could create at some point if I ever get the chance. If I ever have the time. Now I'm going to be trying to think of that other thing I was thinking of, but lost in my head. There's one about an elf girl in this world that's like sort of fantasy-like, and she's like goes on sort of from town to town, drifting between areas, encountering assassins and stuff. At the end, the main villain, which is like this old wizard warlock guy, would reattain his full power, which would be like, it would be his original form comes down as a constellation from the sky, and he begins to start the apocalypse, which the elf girl and the characters that have gathered with her over the course of the series have to stop. There's I think there was one called Pix, which was Pix, and it was like this angel guy that had bouncy, springy feet, and he'd go on adventures with the final level ending on a planet that is meant to represent hell and stuff. It'd be a cartoony angel character. It's kind of alien-like. Let's see. Oh, I remember now. There was one that would be about this city that would start out more realistic feeling and would star multiple characters, and you'd follow their stories. And the one stringing everything together would be this investigator type character. And throughout the course of the story, the characters, each of them, it'd be like urban city life, and the characters would have various points where bad stuff would happen in their stories. People they know would die, things like that. And it'd star, like, there'd be a stripper, a prostitute, a inmate, a policewoman, this Hispanic kid, just a wide range of characters. And by the end, it would turn out the mayor... There would be, like, this attack during a police announcement where various officers would die, and the characters would all eventually come together and confront the mayor of the city, who would fight them with, like, these powers and stuff. They'd end up killing him, but the source of the power would lay deep within the tower that the mayor operates from. They'd have to go through, like, these corridors that would eventually start getting more fleshy and stuff, and encounter things from people that have died throughout the story. And eventually they'd find at the very end of it is this ancient entity, like this mythological feeling being that is acting behind things to prey off of the misery that accumulates from the city. It keeps it fed and keeps it surviving throughout the eons, and that would be the final boss. That's all that I can really think of right now off the top of my head. Just, I guess, 3 or 4 ideas there. And we are changing the music again. Ding, ding, da, 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 wow, no, 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 da, 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 boom, ba, dum, ba, dum, ding, 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 ba, da, 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 dum, ba, da, 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 dum. Well, I made it to the final doko at least. I don't think I'm going to color in the white lines before I get off here though, because I'm going to be making dinner in a tiny bit. Well, at least I got to the final panel. Coloring these in takes quite a while to do when you have as much blacks as this page has. My stomach is getting hungry. Yeah. Oh, is this an anime that you're talking about, or an idea for an anime that you have, Valure? Come on, Doko, we can get you done, and then I can get off here and get something to properly eat, instead of these little bites of popcorn that I've run out of. Oh. Wow. Bull. Oh wow, we have got into 4 hours. One of those days. Well, it won't be too much longer here. At least not for me. Do have some experimenting to do with some of the programs on this computer after this. Well, you know me. I do not think much of anything is too strange. I've been on the internet for quite some time now. I have seen it all, Valure. You never have to worry about about me thinking something's too odd or too inappropriate or whatever the hell else. I have seen things that probably should not even be seen before, so whatever you do is fine by me. I have seen things that would make you utterly devastated and sad. That would make any reasonable person think twice about what is able to be found on the internet. Thankfully, for this case, I am left reasonability behind years ago. A very young protagonist there. Just a little bit more. Just gotta get this hair. Then I can get off and get something to eat. Bovo. Well, it is a bit of danger to put a child in, but there have certainly been younger protagonists than that. Got the goggles here. Yama. Ba-ba-da-bo. Come on, Edward, you are almost there. Everyone is counting on you. You have to finish this. All of Ballier and the other non-people that are present. I was thinking of doing a video game stream today, but there's no way I'm doing that now. Oh, that just sounds adorable, Ballier. Yeah, I'm picturing sort of a kid like this. Lunchbox. Knife. Gotta make the head a bit bigger there. And maybe a little dragon head thing here. Have the eyes pointing off in two different directions. There we go. Then have the hair sort of come out there and stuff. That's what I'm thinking. And let's get rid of that. Quick little detour towards the end of the comic here. Giving a idea of how I'm picturing the protagonist of Ballier's 4-year-old hero story. Ay, auto. Almost there. Just a tiny bit left to go. A few more lines and then a fill-in. And then I'm ending the stream. Almost, almost. Yeah, it'd be a bit of a commotion if the kid just popped out of nowhere there. Such is the joy of sideline gags and fourth wall inserts. Uh-oh, there's a warning of polluted air in the area. I'm not sure what that means. But either way, we're done here. Get the inner part of his sleeve here. So yeah, I did not expect this to go on for anywhere near this long. And obviously I'm not done here. I still have to fill in the white lines that are left from the fill bucket like these. But I'm gonna do that off screen, because I am very hungry. Let me see here. I think I need to bring the sleeve in more. That might work better. Yes, this is, erase that. This is, how the page is looking. Raise the opacity. Yeah, just imagine all the white lines are filled in for the blackened areas, and you should have what the comic will look like for the page. So, thank you all for joining me, Bowyer and Dumbo, and prior to you guys, who was it? The Dead King. I do hope all of you have enjoyed the parts you were here for. And I guess this comic page will probably be up later tonight. I will be seeing you on the Discord and all that, and the next time we do a stream. For now, though, I am going to eat, because I am very hungry. So, thank you for coming, and I will be seeing you later.